This is Frozen in Time. Thank you. It's so beautiful to watch you guys share those moments.
More Tanisha in both these monitors.
This song is about not going to work. And that's what we're doing today, y'all.
Won't work my life away, 'cause my life won't more than minimum wage. I'm glad to
Say what?
I'm not going to work today, no. Won't work my life away, 'cause my life won't more than minimum wage. I'm glad to
Say what?
I'm not going to work today, no.
I'm going off and gonna break my stride. I might get a job tomorrow, I might take my time. 'Cause my time is all I have and I haven't got enough. Yeah, it's kinda like my cash, 'cause I haven't got a luck. And I haven't got no luck for a workplace situation. 'Cause the streets I've been chasing won't just be sitting there waiting for me to try to compare them while living paycheck to paycheck. Just trying to make it a bit. Ain't afford to cross the life. It seems it's more than spike and it's double the price. So what's right is right, but the shit is more than me. So take the shot and shut it off to ask your company go.
Won't work my life away, 'cause my life won't more than minimum wage. I'm glad to
Say what?
I'm not going to work today, no. Won't work my life away, 'cause my life won't more than minimum wage. I'm glad to
Say what?
I'm not going to work today, no.
I'm having fun, I hold my back on and I gotta beat the work by 9 a.m. I try to call the neighbors in the night, closing back and when the alcohol gets in, I'm back with all my friends. I woke up hungover, some double in my car again, looking for my phone, 'cause you gotta know I'm calling in. I can't afford my rent, I can't afford insurance, I can't afford a bed, couldn't afford a Ford Taurus, and I couldn't afford the chorus, so that just gave it to him. Never been told that old lady's sweet. I just wanna lay on the beach and keep my eye on the lady, just try to get it over. Check out the conversation, workers when you're working for some certain who's inserting all your worth into another person's person. It hurts, but feels like it's the only way. I just feel like I'm worth for the minimum wage. Go!
Won't work my life away, 'cause my life won't more than minimum wage. I'm glad to
Say what?
I'm not going to work today, no. Won't work my life away, 'cause my life won't more than minimum wage. I'm glad to
Say what? I'm not going to work today, no.
no, I'm not going, no. I'm not going to work today, no. No, I'm not going, no. I'm not going to work today, no.
No chains, no fences, no walls, and no crying, no rain. Yeah, it's just like a dream. No strings, no defenses, and we're all dancing, open arms and hearts, beating, beating. I like the world back there, with so many lost, so many scared, so afraid of letting go, afraid of what we don't know, so afraid of prying eyes, afraid of lies, afraid to live outside the boxes that we build. I want to go where the painted lights they wash away. Yeah, yeah. The painted lights they wash away. Yeah, yeah. And there's space to be, a space to breathe, a space to see, a space to be, a space to be, a space to be. there the world is so cold. Out there the world's gone crazy. So much destruction and so many haters hating. But in the darkest day, well, I know I still can find my way. I close my eyes and know in my mind I go where the painted lines. Does anyone know this song? They wash away, yeah, yeah. The painted lines, they wash away, yeah, yeah. No chains, no fences, no walls, and no crying, no rain, yeah. It's just like a dream, no strings, no defenses, and we're all dancing, open arms and hearts. No defenses anymore. There's too many walls, you know all these things you know. There's too many walls and not enough time. Too many painted lines. Too many walls and not enough time. And no defenses anymore. There's too many walls, you know all these things you know. There's too many walls and not enough time. Too many painted lines. Too many walls and not enough time. And no defenses anymore.
So welcome back to Culturefest 2020, a cyber celebration. We're coming to you from the beautiful Appalachian South Folklife Center in Pipestem, West Virginia. We hope that you are enjoying the show. Kick back and relax because there's a lot more music coming to you.
Good morning, Culturefest! How y'all feeling? You feeling good? I'm feeling great because I'm standing here on day 3 of Culturefest, a Cyber Celebration 2020. So glad you all are here with us, coming to you live from this beautiful, magical mountaintop that we all know and love. And if you close your eyes, you can feel the breeze come by and feel like we're all here together for the 3rd day of love here at Culturefest, a Cyber Celebration 2020.
Kevin Locke is a world-famous, visionary hoop dancer, and we were so excited to get the opportunity to invite him here to this mountaintop. And we really hope that we get to see him here next year. For the time being, here's Kevin Locke.
Greetings to you all at the Culturefest 2020 in Pipestem, West Virginia. The song that I wanted to share with you that I just played and sang is a song about the morning star. And you can see the design right here, the morning star design. This is a folk art, which I think actually comes from the Appalachian area, maybe around West Virginia, but it was really adopted enthusiastically by the people out in the prairies where I live, where I'm from. And this particular design is said to symbolize the morning star, the first point of light on the horizon of a new day. And there, in those beautiful mountain areas, are some of the first places on the North American continent where that blessed light first touches every morning. So they say it's a blessing to receive that light, but then the harbinger, the emissary, the announcer of that beautiful new day is the morning star. And the morning star always appears at the darkest, coldest hour before the dawn. And so this is a time when the world is gripped in a dormant, still, lifeless condition, more or less. And then, so this star signalizes the transformation of that cold, dark, lifeless condition into all the beauty, the vitality, the promise of the new day. And so this is why they say the people are, the ancestors pray when the morning star appears. They pray that everything may be transmuted into that beauty. And so I know that through the arts we can achieve this. And there in your beautiful homeland, in the mountains of West Virginia, is a place that people have treasured for thousands and tens of thousands of years and go to for inspiration, for medicine, and of course to pray and to practice the devotional heritage of this great land. Now I'd like to dedicate another song to all of you there, and this is going to be an eagle song. Now before I play and sing this eagle song, I'd like to tell a story about the eagle. This is a little book that we made. It's not my story, it's a traditional story, but we just simply adapted it for children. And this particular story takes place at a time long ago, and yet it's familiar, but it's a time when the world was gripped by negativity. So you can see the people there, they're all kind of disgruntled, they're grumbling, they're saying bad things to each other, and they're treating each other very badly. So this condition became widespread all throughout the world. Nothing but negativity prevailed throughout the lands. And so it got so bad that the Creator above decreed that the earth should be cleansed, should be purified of this defilement. So the Creator above, the Great Spirit, sent purifying waters in the form of a deluge, a rain, a ceaseless rain upon the earth. So it began to rain, and the rain was relentless. It didn't let up. And so soon the whole earth was covered. Everything was submerged, and all that wickedness, all that negativity was cleansed of the earth. The earth was purged, but all the people were wiped away in the process. Now, not everyone was bad. Not everyone was wicked. So there were some good people, some devout, pious people on the earth. So these people got together. They got together and they made a collective prayer. And the prayer was that anything good, anything beautiful, heavenly, and holy in the collective heart of humanity could have continuity, could survive, and continue on. So this was a prayer that they made, and they sent that prayer heavenward. Now, this might be of interest, and I wanted to use this legend for all of you there at Pipestem, or those of you who support the festival at Pipestem, and that is that these devout, these pious souls, their remains went into the earth. It's just a legend now. And their remains were transmuted, transformed into a beautiful mineral. And this is just an illustration to depict that or portray that. But it's a mineral, and in English they call it pipestone. Pipestone. In another word in English they call it catlinite. Catlinite. But it's a beautiful, rare mineral, and it's very soft, and it's especially when it's freshly quarried, it has this beautiful, deep red appearance or color. And so they say that these good souls, their remains went down into the earth and were transmuted into that pipestone. And of course, when they fashion a pipe, they have to make a stem. They have to make the pipe stem. They conjoin, just like symbolically conjoining the mineral kingdom and the plant kingdom to send the prayers heavenward. And so this is, in a sense, it's like these souls who are transformed becomes this covenant. They established a relationship between heaven and earth. And that, combined with the pipe stem, is the is the completion of that prayer. But so anyway, the prayer went up. The prayer went up to the heavenly realms above, and the prayer was answered in the form of a great eagle who came down to earth. And there was one human survivor, and this eagle came down and rescued that woman from the floodwaters. And then this eagle, it's just a legend, soared over the waters with her, over the waters, but there was no land. As far as they could look, it was just water. But then they saw something way out in the distance. And what it was that they saw was the top branch of the tree of life. And there they landed, and there they were safe. And they remained until the waters began to subside, began to recede. And eventually the earth appeared. And as the waters continued to recede, the earth became beautiful, became broad, expanded, became so verdant, so beautiful, abundant, colorful, and fruitful. And they say, according to legend, from the eagle and from the woman, from there descended the human race, and they spread out all over this world. Now the legend says that in the future, the descendants would come back together on this land we now know of as North America. But the legends foretold that this conflict, dissension, conflagration would continue. But the legend says that someday a generation would appear and they'd be able to open their eyes. Just like that morning star that gives the signal of the new day. They'd be able to open their eyes and they'd be able to see that spirit of the eagle within themselves and each other. And we're so privileged. I believe we live in this time now. We live in this day when we ourselves can do this. And as we recognize that spirit within us and all of us, then we can truly ascend. So I'd like to dedicate this eagle song to all of us eagles. It says, I am the first to fly with the day. And the golden eagle and the bald eagle say this as they fly with the dawn. So it doesn't matter what kind of eagle you are. You could be a golden eagle. You could be white, brown, black. You could even be bald. It doesn't matter. This is our day to soar. The song of the eagle, all of us flying in this new day. So it doesn't matter what kind of eagle we are. This is our day to soar. Now I know West Virginia is very rich in the folk arts, folk traditions, and this indigenous flute is one of the great folk traditions of North America. And what they do is that they play Valentine songs. So I'll do a Valentine song, and these are mostly from the 19th century, the ones that I know of. And this is about a person that travels a long ways because they want to see their Valentine, their sweetheart, so much. And so I know even though our travels are restricted now, yet in our hearts we're connected through this spirit of hope, the promise of a new day. We can all connect. So I'd like to dedicate this Valentine song to all of us and to the promise that we can see each other again sometime in the near future. But we want everybody to stay safe, stay healthy, and take care of yourself and your family. And always pray, ask for those divine blessings from on high. So here's a little Valentine song for all of us about the person that travels a long way to see their beloved. Uzaya Doke Yahu Hey Wachi Yankaya Wachi Kaya Dewa Hey Hey Dakota Kawicho Ie Ota Kea Pie Wachi Yankaya Wachi Kaya Dewa Ie Wechitulo.
All right, everybody, it's a beautiful day today here in Wakpala. This is at the Wakpala Public School here, and I'd like to do a social distance presentation of hoop dancing, and I'd like to thank my sister for being the cinematographer here for today, and I'd like to dedicate this dance to all of the health and well-being of the people out there. And the hoop dance is it is a traditional dance. It's a choreographed prayer. All the different people, tribes that you encounter, they all claim to be the originators of the hoop dance, and they're all right. I think everyone is correct because it's just so widespread everywhere. But here in this area we have our own version of the hoop dance, and I got this dance from a man from Shell Creek, North Dakota, and his name was Nakpitsistigidz. He gave me 4 lessons. So one lesson we did in person, he promised 4, but then he died. So then I got these other 3 lessons through dreams, and so this is how I got it. And I like to say I'll do my best. I'm a senior citizen, and I'll just do the best I can do here with this. And I want to say also, I've never been in a dance contest. I've been dancing most of my life, but I've never been in any kind of a dance. I have nothing against dance contests, but it's just, and I think it's a good thing, but I just never did it. I just never did it. To me, it's the hoop dance. It is the way I got it. It's a choreographed prayer, and the prayer is for restoration of wellness, of well-being. And I asked an elder who was a very good hoop dancer in his day, and I asked him, he's quite elderly now, but I asked him where this dance comes from. He says, well, this dance, it comes from out there in the universe. It comes from out in the universe. It comes from the place of beauty, place of goodness, and place of holiness. And he said, he told me that I was really blessed because I get to do presentations with the kids all over, which is true. And so then he mentioned that the kids remember where they're from. We have this holy origin. That's who we are. And he said even some adults oftentimes they forget, but even the adults, you can bring them back into this holy reality that we're all blessed to be a part of. But I'm just going to do part of this dance. Briefly, I'll mention the hoops I have are in 4 colors, and these 4 colors represent the different directions, the seasons, the elements. Also represents different people, and these are my original hoops. I've had these hoops now for over 40 years. They came from my benefactor, Nakpitsistigidz. These hoops here, they're wooden hoops. And before I do this, I'll give a little quick overview, because since I'm not going to do the whole thing, just part of it, I'll just do the fewer hoops you use, the easier it is. So I'm not going to do the hard part from 1 to 5. That's the hardest way to do it. If you ever watch hoop dancers, they're really good. They can really do 1 hoop and everything so well. I'm not going to do that. The more hoops you add, then the easier it gets. So let's just do the easy part. I'll start with 6 and we'll go to 28. But before we do this, I'll give a real quick overview of the from 1 to 5. So basically, when you start with one hoop, you're like expressing your gratitude, your thankfulness for being in the hoop of life, where we're all connected, all related, everything is connected in this beautiful hoop of life, where there's no corners, there's no back row, there's no place to hide. So this is the blessing that we all have, is to be in this hoop of life. So all the designs you do with one, they just bring that theme out. You can bring it around your body different kind of ways. Different kind of ways you can bring it around this way. Over here, you can jump it, bring it back. You can do backspin on it, all different kind of ways. And then from there you can go to 2 hoops, and the yellow ones, white ones for the moon, and then the yellow ones for the sun. And the reason why we use the 28 hoops, because that represents the lunar cycle. The lunar cycle, where the 28-day period where everything is changing right now. We're in the midst of it. And every day when you wake up in this 28-day lunar cycle that's currently occurring now, you see a different sight. Looks like the clouds now coming in. These are the cumulus clouds coming in now. You see all the different shapes, the different colors. You hear all the different kind of sounds. The frogs in the background, the meadowlarks, all the birds come back, all the different fragrances. So that's and then every day we progress, we advance because of the power of the sun, the yellow hoop. And then every day as we advance, we go through changes, all of us, just like the earth out here. Everything is going through a dramatic transformation. We as human beings are going through this now, and of course now with this pandemic, the world is at a crossroads now. We have to either suffer a lot, or we have to work together to get past this and other challenges that will come beyond this. But I'm sure we will overcome it. We'll be able to stand tall all together. And as we do this together, just like out here in the spring, all the little plants coming up, we as human beings will be able to reach up together. Then as we reach up, then we'll be able to stand tall together, just like a beautiful tree that draws strength from its roots, but yet as it reaches up, all of us will be able to do this, and we'll be able to more fully understand our oneness as people, and our capacities to blossom together, just like flowers that will come up soon, or maybe to shine together, just like beautiful stars out in the heavens. Be like that morning star of guidance, or maybe the North Star, like this. And of course, together we'll be able to soar on our wings of knowledge together, just like the eagle. So with that, I'd like to dedicate this dance. Like I said, just the easy part of it from, we'll start with 6 and go to 28. And I'd like to put this out again for the spirit of renewal and transformation that we see. And all the designs represent different signs of spring. And this is what we can manifest ourselves as we work together. And like I say, the different colors are for different kinds of people. African, Asian, European, doesn't matter what kind of person we are. We all have something to add in this beautiful new day, ingathering of the human being tribe.
Now,
line here represents the world, and now I'm looking through my crystal ball beyond the pandemic, and I can see the future, and the future looks like this. We will survive. We will thrive to the extent that we can all work together. All the different colored hoops of humanity, all the colors work together. Then we can create that power, which is the unity, the oneness. And when that is established upon the earth, then it will be so good, because we will have a framework to overcome any obstacle. But it requires everybody being included. Nobody can be excluded. For centuries now, the indigenous voice of this land has been excluded and not listened to. But today, we all have our place, shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, hand in hand. We can't progress if anybody gets left out. I'll show. Yes, we have to work together, and as we do that, then we can create beautiful patterns of unity. And from those patterns of unity, we can progress, we can advance on our collective journey as a human family. And we make this journey now, together, beyond the pandemic. Certainly overcoming these obstacles will strengthen us, and we must overcome them. Go beyond that bridge, climb that ladder. Maybe it's a mountain of knowledge that we climb. But from that height that we achieve together, we can't come back down. Our only recourse is to activate our wings, is to soar as mighty eagles. And as we do that, then together, all of us will be able to create something beautiful. Because every eagle needs a nest. So our communities, whether you're Wakfala, wherever you're from, that's your nest for your children and for yourselves. All of us need that good foundation, that security, that safety, the place where we can all stand, where we can open our eyes, where we can stretch our wings, and of course, soar. Thank you very much.
Hey, you like my new ride? I'm about to go check out music by two of the most knowledgeable people I know. Every time I talk to them, they teach me something I didn't know about music. Here's Tim and Maggie.
Tim and Maggie. At least that's our superhero names. Our real names are Tim and Margaret Ucille, the registered piano tuner. And we are coming to you from Culturefest live
How can we be live?
because we leave in the mistakes.
Oh, yeah, that's live. Okay, I'll go with that.
Now we know how Colbert feels.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was two tunes, Burn the Piper's Hut and Lord MacDonald's Reel, both of which are Scottish tunes that are commonly heard here in West Virginia. Lord MacDonald's Reel is usually called Leather Breeches, and I'm told that's the name for dried string beans. Burn the Piper's Hut is supposedly a tune written to commemorate the clearances of Scotland with the Piper's Hut being burned to chase people off. But you never know if those are true or not. Sometimes that's just to commemorate an event. Anyway, our next tune is like that as well. Frosty Morning is supposedly about a battle in Scotland that took place on a cold morning. Probably not so. It's probably an American tune that was written for a show that commemorates that. But it's still a cool tune. You'll hear that tune quite a bit in West Virginia. Sometimes they call it Cold Morning, sometimes Frosty Morning. We played in Scotland at a folk festival, and nobody there knew it, so. You ready?
Oh, it would help if I changed instruments, wouldn't it?
He's going to play a whistle on this one.
Woo! This is called Morrison's Jig. And all the Irish musicians will know the tune I go to next because they're sick of hearing it, so I don't need to tell them what it is, but for those who don't know, it will be Swallowtail Jig. And to all the Irish musicians, I apologize.
What do we got next?
We have more Celtic music. And this one will be our debut of a brand new tune that we have never played in public or recorded. It is called King of the Fairies. Woo! I see we have a fan of the king.
Or maybe even a fairy.
Maybe a fairy. It might be a fairy. You never know, they're sneaky. Fairies are very sneaky. And you don't want to mess with them. Yeah. Okay? Okay. Okay, the one thing that might be able to take out a fairy is a banshee.
I thought you were going to say a banjo.
That too. So contrasting the king of the fairies, we are going.
Can't they patch in thunderous applause right now?
Thunderous applause, and the crowd goes wild. Is that good? All right. The Banshee. Yeah. Not together, you. No, together, you, me. Yes. We're discussing our roadmap. We're having a discussion. Right?
Yeah.
That was moving. So, now that we've gotten everybody hyper, we're going to calm you down a little bit. And he's going to tell you about this tune, aren't you?
What's the name of that stupid movie? Da Vinci Codes. Anybody see Da Vinci Codes? In that movie, they go to Roslin Castle, which is just outside Edinburgh. It's a remarkable medieval building. Every square inch of the building is carved with some kind of enigmatic icon of some sort. So, interesting place to visit. But anyway, this tune is called Roslin Castle. And the tune is very old. But in the 1700s, Robert Burns wrote words to it called The Bonnie Banks of Ayr. And history tells us that the Redcoats, most of whom were Scots, because Scotland was the poor country and poor people ended up being the soldiers, they didn't want to be here and they wanted to go home, and they would sing this song, The Bonnie Banks of Ayr. And supposedly when they surrendered to Yorktown, this is what they sang when they got on the boat. But we're not going to sing it. We're going to play it. It's a beautiful tune.
Unless they don't pay us, in which case we'll sing it until we're paid. And that was Rosalind Castle. Oh. Oh, unless you wanted to end with waterfall. Do you want to end with waterfall? This is another fiddle tune that became very popular in Appalachia. Probably because the kids all along the time in Appalachia before when the Native Americans were here and then after the white man came, all the kids loved to jump over waterfalls, and they still do. And this tune is called Over the Waterfall. All right, we're going to get a little obnoxious. With the pipes and the drum. So as long as we don't blow the microphones out, you should still be able to hear us. And I think I don't want to blow my ears out. And I'm just going to play a couple tunes for you. And I don't think I'll need to tell you the titles. I think you're going to know what they are. And to my pipe band regarding the second tune, I apologize ahead of time.
Woo! Am I in tune?
It doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. I don't even know if I'm in tune.
That really doesn't matter.
That really doesn't matter. Roll quick. Right. This has been fun.
And
I'm
we'll
gonna
see
go pass out now.
We'll see you on the other side of the camera.
Yep. Bye.
Come on, I was talking to the guy. I had crazy feelings for you.
Greetings, friends. My name is Tim Mainland. I am currently the program director of the Appalachian South Folklife Center, known locally to its many friends simply as the Folklife Center. I've served this center in one capacity or another for 40 years. It's in my blood. We are a nonprofit organization in Pipestem, West Virginia, located on a 65-acre property. The Folklife Center was founded 55 years ago by visionary and social activist Don West. He was a minister of the United Church of Christ, a poet, a college professor, and an outspoken proponent of poverty-stricken folks in Appalachia. He promoted the local culture, was strong in his rhetoric and in his actions, and sometimes he suffered for it. His basic idea was based on the Danish folk school concept where people would help each other and rely on each other. His motivation was his belief in the social gospel. Young people flock here from church groups, college groups, and high school groups every summer. We have dormitories and camping space, a dining hall, a library that serves as an office that houses Don's books, a chapel, tool storage, and a large outdoor stage. Many people love to sit around our outdoor campfire ring and hike through our trails or those of the neighboring state park at Pipestem. We have a large kitchen where campers can organize their meals, and we have a playground for children of all ages. 3 vital programs, among others, continue the work that Don West started. 1, we have a learning day camp for young people that boosts education for anyone who wants to improve in school. 2, we promote local art and music, hence the stage, and we have an interesting collection of paintings, many by Connie West, Don's partner in life. Their daughter, Hetty, was a well-known folk song collector and a recording artist during the folk music revival. Our third and most important program is our home repair program. Unemployment, isolation, exploitation by big companies have all plagued the mountaineer throughout our history, and this continues. There are many strong and resilient people here who call these hills home, who own their homes and face adversity with courage and depth of heart. There are elderly folks and disabled folks here without much economic support. Our groups work on their homes. 3 things happen. Obviously, we help folks, but our campers also get expert advice and a creative education in home repair and improvement, using tools and thinking through problems. And most important of all, we form connections between people. Many young people have left here having gained lifetime perspectives on themselves and others. My colleagues, Crystal Atwell, who is the site director who keeps our logistical affairs in order, and Greg O'Quinn, our crew leader, who is our contractor and educator, along with many longtime volunteers in the area who teach, build, landscape, and organize festivals, all offer you our welcome. Our peaceful and beautiful mountain home is the perfect place for reflection, thought, meditation, and goal setting. We love to meet new people and introduce folks to our work. Our only income is the generosity of our local members and wider community and the fee we charge for camps. The remunerations that everyone feels are the peace of mind and the uplifting connection of this magical place. Give us a call. Give us a visit. Write to us. I guarantee that once you've been here, you'll want to be a part of it.
So the vendors are live right now. That means you can head to culturefestwv.com or click on the link in the comments below. Head to a website called Booth Central. You'll need to enter your name and your email address. Then you can scroll through all these amazing vendors, and if you want to, you can click and enter into a video conversation with any of those vendors. You can check out their merchandise and ask them questions, and if you feel compelled, make a purchase. So click that link, head on over to Booth Central, and happy shopping.
Hi, my name is Brittany, and Culturefest has been a part of my life for, it feels like forever now. My first year was 2002, and at that time I had not met Lori and Robert yet. I just sort of was, it was the festival was at Princeton Park, and I went there and listened to the music and had a good time. And the following year, it had actually moved out to the Folklife Center, and that's really when I had started getting involved in the events in the area, and I'd met Lori and Robert, and this really just became an integrated part of my life. And it was something new to me, something that I hadn't experienced before. I guess you could say growing up, I was kind of closed off from those sorts of experiences. So when I came to Culturefest, it was a totally new experience for me. And it was always amazing walking around and just seeing all these new things, meeting new people. And as time passed, I began to volunteer for Culturefest every year. And eventually, I became the volunteer coordinator. And so a big part of my experience at Culturefest is working with the volunteers here. And some of my best memories and experiences have been with these people that I only see maybe a handful of times throughout the year, but we always come together and it's like we never left. It's just picking up at the last page we left off on. And I think that is what I cherish most about Culturefest, is the people that are here, because they're the ones that make it such a special event.
There are many different experiences one can have at Culturefest. One that many people don't get to see very often is the volunteer experience. Behind this wonderful event are dozens of working hands making sure that festival goers have unforgettable memories to carry with them. You could say that Culturefest volunteers march to a beat of their own drum, because we aren't just any old volunteer group. We're more like a family than anything else. Every September is like a big reunion for those who return year after year. And these kind hearts are integrated throughout the entire festival. From setup to the first faces you see at the gate, to our dining hall caretakers and parking attendants, to those picking up trash and running water to vendors. And yes, even those who pack everything up once our magical weekend is over. Culturefest could not happen without their generosity and dedication, and to that, we say thank you. Seeing your smiling faces year after year brings joy to our hearts. And I know I can't wait to be on that magical mountaintop with you again next year. Culturefest would not be as cool and amazing as it is today without you.
Hi everyone, I'm Lacey of Silver Arrow Art, and I really hope that you're having a wonderful cyber celebration. One of my favorite parts of Culturefest has been the Healing Arts tent, and we have Joni of the Gaia Den out here on the mountaintop to teach you some yoga, so I hope you're feeling limber because we're about to get bendy.
Hello everybody, and welcome to day 3 of Culturefest. I am Joni. I own the Gaia Den, the yoga and healing art studio in Princeton, West Virginia. And if you've tuned into the other live videos, then you will have already heard my little spiel about my love of Culturefest, the Folklife Center, the community that we build and treasure every year. And there's that. So I'm going to take you through another 10-15 minute little yoga session, and we're going to focus a lot on breathing, which we should always be focusing on anyway with yoga, but we're going to focus on a lot of breath in this little yoga snippet. So I want you to be sitting down, sitting just knees crossed. Be mindful of your posture. You don't want to be slouched. You want to be really mindful of your core and your shoulders. Big breath in through the nose. Feel your chest just full of that energy. Breathe out super slowly, fully out through the mouth. And just feel the way that energy just decompresses. So breathe in again, expand your lungs. Breathe out fully and slowly through the mouth. Arms up over the head on a breath in. Breathing out, fold yourself forward. Just walk your fingertips out a little bit. Let your shoulders and back softly round. And then just scoot yourself up to all fours. So we're going to come into some cat-cow here. So what you're going to do, as you breathe in, you're going to push up, rounding your back, really scooping everything up through your core. And then as you breathe out, you're going to drop yourself down into cow. So you're going to breathe out, pushing that energy back out, pushing it out through the lower back and the hips. And again, breathing in round your back. And breathing out, roll it back out. Go ahead and walk yourself down your blanket or your mat or the ground, wherever you're at. And we're going to come up into Cobra. So you're going to have your elbows pinched in, tucked in, hands tucked underneath your shoulders. You're going to breathe out, raising yourself up. Elbows slightly bent. Make sure your shoulders aren't rolled up here by your ears. You want your shoulders rolled back, almost like you're trying to pin your shoulder blades together. Roll yourself up to all fours, and then breathe out, shifting yourself into a child's pose. Breathing in, raising back up to all fours. We're going to come into a half frog, working the hip flexors. So what you're going to do, you're going to take your right leg and just stick it out here to the side. On the breath out, you're going to drop your forearms down to your blanket or your mat. You can even, if you're able to, drop yourself all the way down, forehead resting, but if not, just stay up here on your forearms. And you want to flex your heel, really putting the stretch on that hip flexor. And slide that leg in. Walk yourself up. You'll be sitting on your heels now or on your shins. Take a big breath in through the nose. Reach high through the core. Breathe out through the mouth, hands to heart. Drop yourself back down. This time, scoot that left leg out. And again, on the breath out, slide down to your forearms or all the way down, forehead resting if you can. Flexing that heel. And sliding it in. yourself back up to your heels and shins again, and big breath in. This time as you breathe out, clasp your hands and just lean over. Breathing in, back to center. Reach high through the core, breathe out, lean into the opposite side. And back up. Clasp your hands behind your back. On the breath out, drop your hands towards the tops of your feet, bottoms of your feet. And release, arms up over the head. Big breath out, releasing hands to the heart in prayer. And then sliding down to all fours. You're going to walk yourself all the way to the bottom of your mat or your blanket. And you're going to come into a prayer squat. So you want your feet turned out in a little sumo plie position. And the idea is you want your heels dropping all the way, connecting to the mat or the blanket or the ground. Grounding and connecting. If you can't quite drop them all the way, just understand that that's the progression you want to try to get to. You could help yourself a little bit by sliding your legs a little farther apart. That sometimes helps. And you want your elbows here, crooks of the knees, breathing out, pressing into those hip flexors, dropping your tailbone down with every breath out. Super grounding pose. Drop your left hand here in between your knees, and as you breathe out, you're just going to lean into that left side a little bit and rotate into the right. Super slow, deep breaths here. Breathe in as you switch sides. Breathe out as you rotate. Coming back down to all fours. And we're going to come into cat-cow again. So big breath in as you round your back into cat. Big breath out, pushing out into cow. And again, big breath in, cat. And big breath out, cow. All right, so now you're just going to scoot yourself around. You'll be sitting. Bring your feet together. There's two different ways of doing this. So the first way, the modified version, just put your elbows here in your knees and just grab your ankles. As you breathe out, just push and allow yourself to drop as low as you can. Or if you don't need to modify, you're going to kind of cup your feet instead and bring your arms across your shins. And as you breathe out, drop down. Super slow, deep breaths here. And go ahead and raise yourself up. Bring your knees together. And you're going to lay yourself on your back, knees up towards your chest. Drop your right leg all the way down and flex your heel. You're going to pull your left knee across your torso, and then you want your left arm extending out to the side. So your upper body is facing one way, your lower body is facing the opposite. This is a really, really good posture for spinal alignment, for decompression of the spine, for stress, be it physical or emotional. And you can even, if you want to, you can go ahead and grab your right foot, pull that knee up, and when you're doing it like this, you're doing what's called cat's tail. Slow, deep breaths. And releasing out of that. Roll back to center, both knees in towards the chest again. Now go ahead and drop that left leg down, flex the heel. And on the breath out, you're going to pull that right knee across the torso this time, extending the right arm to the opposite side. So again, your upper body is rotating one way, lower body rotating the other. Sometimes your back will sound like Rice Krispies when you're doing this one. Lots of times in the yoga studio, you'll hear a lot of backs popping and cracking when we do this. And again, if you want, you can grab a hold of that foot and be in a full cat's tail. Totally not necessary, it's just an option. And release. Now just extend your arms and your legs, laying in Savasana. I invite you now to just close your eyes. As you breathe in through the nose, just imagine that you are pulling energy from the earth up through your feet, all the way up through your body until you reach your crown. And then as you breathe out, imagine that you are sending that grounding earth energy all the way back down through your body until you reach your feet. Do that about 4 times. Breathe in, pull that energy up through your body, reach your crown. Breathe out, send it back down through your body until you reach your feet. And one more time for good measure. Breathe in, pull that energy all the way up. Breathe out. Send that energy all the way back down. And whenever you're ready, you can raise yourself into a sitting position. Namaste, everybody.
I have a wonderful Culturefest memory from several years ago when the band My Pet Dragon came to Culturefest and absolutely rocked this mountaintop. I got to experience a workshop with the artist Rena Shaw. Not only is she the singer and musician of My Pet Dragon, but she's also a dancer and a choreographer. She's incredibly prolific and talented. And right here in this field, she gave us the most beautiful Indian dance workshop. I was profoundly impacted by that. It was a joyous and a beautiful experience. And all of us right now have the privilege here in the virtual world of experiencing another Indian dance workshop by Rena Shaw. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome. This is Rena Shaw here in Brooklyn, New York, in New York City, and I am so honored to be a part of this year's virtual Culturefest. I have great memories performing at Culturefest a few years ago with my husband Todd Michelson and our music project My Pet Dragon. And I ended up teaching a magical dance lesson on that mountaintop the next morning. It truly was something out of a dream. It was a place of peace, tranquility, being just surrounded by Mother Nature and just such a loving, awesome community. So thank you, Culturefest, for having me back again. Shout out to Lori, shout out to JP, and just everyone that has been a part of putting this special virtual Culturefest together. All right. So today, before we begin, I've got a few things that I want to go over. I want to make sure that you're comfortable in whatever you're dancing in, so you can either dance barefoot or you can put on a pair of sneakers or comfy shoes that you like to move and groove in. Okay. Also, I want you to maybe go find something funky and fun to put on. Something sparkly, something colorful, something flowy, something that you like to move and groove in. Okay. And then maybe a glass of water nearby too in case you get thirsty. All right. So today we are going to be learning about 3 types of Indian dance styles. The first one is called Bharatanatyam. The second one is called Garba. And the third one is called Bhangra. Now, Bharatanatyam, can you all say that with me? Bharatanatyam. Bharatanatyam. That is a classical Indian dance style. The second one, Garba, is a Gujarati folk dance. Garba. That's right, you can say it. Garba. So Garba is a Gujarati folk dance. And the third one is called Bhangra. That's right. Bhangra. Bhangra. And that's a Punjabi folk dance. So, we'll be learning all 3 of those dance styles today, and then maybe we could put everything together and have a big dance party. What do you say? Are you guys ready out there? I can't hear you. Are you ready out there? All right, let's do this. Culturefest. Oh, and before we begin though, be sure to engage with me on social media today. I love chatting with all of you, teaching you some dance, engaging with you on these platforms. You can find me at Dancing Rena. That's DANCING, the whole word, and my first name, REENA, at Dancing Rena on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And of course, be sure to tag Culturefest. All right, are we ready? All right. So the first thing that we're going to start with is called Namaskaram. And Namaskaram is when we pay respect to the musicians that are playing with us, the earth that we are dancing upon Mother Earth. We thank her. We thank the God of dance. We thank our teachers, our gurujis, and we thank the audience that is here with us today. So, let's begin with our Namaskaram. Our hands are going to be up like this, right at your heart center. Excellent. Pointer fingers together with your thumb and the middle finger, just like so. Great. And your pinkies and your ring fingers are up, just like that. Your elbows are up, and this is right at your heart center.
And you're going to have, your feet are going to be about an inch apart from each other, and they're going to be open like this on a diagonal out like this, but about an inch apart. So that's what your feet are going to look like, and you're going to take a half sitting position. When you take that half sitting position, you're going to stomp once with your right foot, once with your left foot, looking good. Then you're going to put your thumbs right at your shoulders, and you're going to bring your hands and arms around like so. And as you do that, you'll be making eye contact with all the musicians that are playing with you today. And you can imagine who they could be, a drummer to give you the beat and the rhythm. And then we're going to go down to the floor, and you're going to touch Mother Earth with your hands and say, "Thank you, Mother Earth. I love you, Mother Earth, and I will respect you, Mother Earth." And then we come up, and we bring that energy right to our head. Feel Mother Earth all within us. And then we bring our arms out and around and up into a prayer position above your head, just like this. Excellent. And this is where we thank you to the God of dance, to our third eye. We bring our hands to our third eye, and we say thank you to our teachers, to our Guruji, to anyone that supports our growth. Yes, excellent. And then we bring our hands to our heart center, and this is where we take a small bow and we say thank you, audience. Excellent. Let's try it from the beginning. So we're going to put our arms up just like this. Great, half sitting position. You're going to stomp your right foot, stomp your left foot. Excellent. Thumbs to the shoulders, bring them out and around. Thank you to the musicians. Thank you, instruments. Then we're going to come down to the ground. Thank you, Mother Earth, for letting us dance upon you. Thank you, stage. Thank you, floor. Thank you, ground. Wonderful. Bring that energy up to your head. Excellent. And then let's bring your arms around into prayer position above your head. Thank you to the God of dance. Thank you to our teachers, our Gurujis, right at your third eye. And then thank you here to your heart chakra. Bring it right down. Excellent. Thank you to our audience. Let's try that one more time. All right, here we go. This is called Namaskaram. Can everybody say that? Namaskaram or Namaskar. Namaskar. Namaskaram. All right, here we go. Right foot, left foot. Thank you to our musicians that are playing with us today. We appreciate you. We respect you. Then we're going down to the ground. Thank you, Mother Earth, for letting us dance upon you. Bring that energy up and around. Thank you to the God of dance, our teachers, our Gurujis, and of course, take a small bow, heart center, and thank you to our audience. Wonderful. Everyone is looking great out there. Okay, let's try it one more time. Namaskaram, where we pay respect and we thank. Here we go. Right foot, left foot, arms here, out and around. Thank you, musicians. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you. Arms up to the head, and we bring them around. Thank you to the God of dance. Thank you to our teachers, our Gurujis, and thank you to our incredible audience today. Lovely. So now we're going to put our hands on our hips, and you're going to just fold your hands like this and just put them like that. Excellent. And here, we're just going to isolate the eyes and the neck movement. So it's going to look like this. And you can see the eyebrows can even get in on the action. Dancing with the eyes. Neat, right? Wonderful! I'm sure everyone is looking good out there. Okay. Now you can also do this with your eyes. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, and down, up, and down. Wonderful! So that is a little bit of Bharatanatyam. When I start this next segment, we're all going to grab our imaginary basket, a lovely basket, and we're going to be picking some flowers. We are going to find 11 special, beautiful flowers to make a garland necklace. Are you ready? All right, here we go. You're going to give me a little bounce as you hold your basket, and we're just going to look and see what kind of flowers we'll put in our basket. Ooh, I see a beautiful pink flower over here. Let's go get it. 1, 2, a purple flower, 3, wow, a yellow flower, 4, 5, 6, 7, oh, that smells good, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got a beautiful sunflower. I love sunflowers. Let's put them in our basket, and let's just take a step forward and put the basket down, and then we're going to make our necklace. So let's take 2 flowers from our basket right here together, and let's pretend we're sewing them. We're making our necklace. We're putting the thread through 2 flowers right in the center. And we grab another one and we put it and we sew. That's 3. Here's the 4th flower. Here's the 5th flower. The 6th. The 7th. The 8th. The 9th. The 10th, and the 11th flower. Beautiful. Look at this gorgeous garland we've all made. Wow, it looks absolutely beautiful. So now let's do a bounce, and we're going to put this garland on someone we love. Whether they're in the room with you, you can walk over to them and put it around their neck. Or you can imagine someone you love that is not with you right in the room is there with you. And you can imagine them and put this beautiful garland around their neck. And then you can put your hands in prayer position and right into your heart and take a bow. That was wonderful, everyone. I am so proud of you. So that is a little bit of Bharatanatyam dancing. Next up, we have some Garba dancing, Gujarati folk dancing. Now with Garba, there's a lot of clapping involved. There's also a lot of swinging of the arms, some snapping involved. So you know what? Let's get those hands nice and loose. You can roll the wrists around a little bit, and let's roll them around the other way. Great. This way and then the other way. All right. And let's move our fingers around as well. All right. So the first step that we're going to learn here with Garba dancing is 3 claps in a row. So it's going to go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Now, on the 4th beat, you can take a little snap if you want, or you can make it your own. So it's going to look like this. 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. Excellent. Now when you do this, you can also skip if you want to add some leg work in there. So as you're skipping, you're doing the same hands. I'm going to take my microphone off and take a step back so you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Full body. Here we go. All right, here we go. 1, 2, here we go. And 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. And 1, 2, 3, snap. Excellent, everyone. Now the next thing that I want you all to do, hello, the next thing I want you all to do is to take your hands right at the bottom. They'll be stretched out, but right at the bottom here. And as they're at the bottom, you're going to bring them up, clapping, and then you'll bring them down, clapping. So it'll look like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, when you do that step, if you have somebody else that's taking this lesson with you at home, you all can face in a circle. You all can make a circle together. All right, even if there's 2 of you, 3 of you, 4 of you, 5 of you, 10 of you, however many of there are of you, get into a circle, spread out of course, and what you'll do is you'll clap going into the circle and then you'll clap coming out. So it's almost like a heartbeat pulsing like this as the dancers come in and the dancers come out. So I'm going to just take the mic off again and show you while we do the circle dance. Five, 6, 7, 8, and 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, how did that feel? Yes. Okay. So that is a little bit of Garba dancing. Garba is usually done in a circle environment. All right? I'm going to put my microphone back on. So Garba is truly a lot of fun. And there's also a different type of dance called Ras. Garba and Ras go together. So whenever usually somebody does Garba, they'll also do Ras. And Ras is done with sticks. I'm going to save that dance lesson for another day. But you now have a taste of what Garba dancing is like. Indian folk dancing from the state of Gujarat. Gujarati folk dancing. All right. Let's do those last 2 steps one more time. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. And 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. 1, 2, 3, snap. Great. Now we're going to find our circle. We're going to go in and we're going to come out. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Great. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Yay! How does that feel? All right. Next up is going to be Bhangra dancing, and that is Punjabi folk dancing. We're working our way up here to our big dance party. Are you ready? All right. We're going in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back. We are about to do some Bhangra dancing. Are you ready? I can't hear you. Are you ready? All right. Here we go. So with Bhangra dancing, your feet are going to be about a foot apart from each other and really get rooted down into the ground. You're going to be shifting your weight side to side, bouncing. There you go. Great, side to side. And your hands are going to come out in front of you. Now, you can put your fingers in an L shape, or you can just keep them nice and loose like this, your fingers in your hands. So it can be like this or like this. All right? Excellent. You're going to move your shoulders up and down, shifting the weight side to side for 4 counts. But then we're going to bring our arms in the middle and then out for 4 counts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, looking good, everyone. Our next step, we're going to grab some magic in our hands. So get that magic, and we're going to throw it out into the audience. Are you ready? We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Throw 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Excellent. Now the third step in this whole mix is you're going to put this arm, I believe this is going to be your left hand. You're going to bring your left hand up, and you're going to bring your other hand in front of your chest, right here in front of your heart. And you're going to turn your wrists in towards you. So your palms are facing out, and then you bring them in. So it's going to go 1, 2, and then we're going to switch and go 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I think maybe we should try to put this all together. I'm going to take my microphone off so I can have a little more movement here, and then you guys can follow along with me. Okay? Here we go. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And throw in the magic. 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Make sure you're smiling. Great. All right, now we're going to switch to the next step. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4. Last one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking good. And And now you can take one arm up and one arm down and just go around. Excellent. And then you're going to take the other side and go the other way. Excellent. Okay, so I think we should start it from the beginning. And we're going to throw 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Switch steps. Turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Other side. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow, that looks so good out there. So now, I'd like everybody to just dance with me. You can either follow what I'm doing or you can just freestyle. So here we go. All right. Double time. Some garba. Some Bharatanatyam. Bring our arms up. Heart center. All right. As we finish up here today, we're going to do our namaskaram. Are you ready? All right, our namaskaram. Hands here at your chest, and we're going to take our half-sitting position like this. Right foot, left foot. For our teachers, musicians, come to the floor. Bring our arms up and around. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This was an absolute pleasure today. Let's do our namaskaram one more time. Go around, to the ground, to our head, and around. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This truly was so special for me. Thank you so much for Culturefest and all of you for having me today. My name is Reena Shah. You can find me at @DancingReena on all social media platforms, and my website is www.dancing, the whole word, and my first name, Reena, REENA.com. dancingrena.com. Thank you so much again. Rock on with peace, love, respect always, and I look forward to coming to Culturefest in person again soon. Mwah. Stay safe, everyone. Love you so, so much. All right. Bye-bye.
So one of my favorite parts about the festival is the signs, and when we knew we were just going to be doing it virtually, I just kind of had this desire to go to the barn and get out the signs, because it's a tradition, you know, it's a ritual we go through every year, and I just love seeing them laid out in the grass and just looking over all these signs from all these different people, all these years that have created, you know, these works of art and kind of poured their soul out onto these boards. And you know, they decorate the site, and I think a lot of people have memories with different signs. There's the peace pole that has the word peace in all these different languages, and certain people that have like made their mark on these signs. You know, our friend Chris is from Nigeria, and she painted the word peace from her language, her native language, on the sign, and it was just really special. Her flag is on that board, on that peace pole, and I think a lot of people just feel really connected to that sentiment. You know, this is really about coming together in a space and imagining the way that the world could be. So we started the signs right at the very beginning of the festival here at the Folk Life Center. When we started Culturefest in Princeton City Park in 2004, and we had a couple of signs, but when we moved out onto this site in 2006, we knew that we wanted the signs to be kind of the anchor design and decoration of the festival. So we started painting signs in 2006. And there were a few of us, like 5 or 6 of us, that painted a few of the initial signs. I think we probably started out with 10 or 15. And then every year, you know, different people would come to the Folk Life Center and paint together. We'd have paint parties for the signs. And so all kinds of people have contributed to the signs over the years. A big part of what Culturefest is creating a space that's outside of the world, where people can kind of co-create a world the way that they wish that it could be. And so when we come together on this mountaintop, it's more than just a party. It's more than just us gathering together to have a good time. It's really about us coming together and sharing a vision for a better world. And I think the signs really embody that. I will never forget when I heard Rocky and the Cavemen give an absolutely electrifying performance at Floyd Fest Music and Arts Festival. We knew that we had to have them here at Culturefest, and we were so grateful to be able to bring them here to the mountaintop several years ago. We're very grateful to have Rocky Danziger here with us to give a virtual performance. She is considered a world-class virtuoso on the darbuka drum. She is absolutely mesmerizing to watch, and she inspired a whole community of Culturefest artists to take up the darbuka drum. Here is Rocky Danziger.
Greetings to all of my friends at Culturefest. Thank you for Lori for inviting me to participate in this online festival. Such a pleasure. I have wonderful memories of coming to the Culturefest in the mountains and playing for a group of such warm and nice people. And yeah, it's so nice to be able to do this. I'm coming to you now from Istanbul, from the middle of downtown Istanbul, where I have my darbuka office. The darbuka is this drum that they play in Turkey, and this is where I train with my teacher. And actually, this show is going to be 2 parts. The first part is going to be, I'm going to play a few solo pieces, and then for the second half, my teacher, Bunyamin, is going to join me. So I'm so happy to be able to play this music for you. And yeah, I'm going to start with some drum pieces. First piece is called the Brooklyn Darbuka Anthem. 2007, and it represents the diversity of Brooklyn. There's a funk and a samba and Arabic and just all mixed together. So the next piece I'm going to play is my biggest hit video that I've made. It's called Monkey Mind, and monkey mind is a concept in yoga when you're trying to sit in meditation and focus on your breath, and your mind is jumping around to a million things. So this piece also, it jumps around from Lebanese to Persian to Arabic to all kinds of things. So it's the monkey mind. drumming later with Bunyamin. And now I want to play a couple songs on this instrument, which is called the King Comanche Tarhu. And it's a new instrument designed after the Persian Comanche, which is the Persian spike fiddle. This one is a new invention though, because it has 5 strings that I play and 7 sympathetic strings, which makes it sound very dreamy. And when you play the violin, you change the angle of the bow to change strings, and the violin stays in the same place. But you'll see when I play the Comanche, the bow stays in the same angle, and the Comanche turns around the spike to change the strings. So I should move my drum or else I'll hit it. So I'm actually going to play a couple songs that I rarely play anymore, but when I thought about the people at the Culturefest, I just felt like these songs would really resonate with you guys. So I'm going to play, the first one is called Lullaby. It's a composition of mine, just a lullaby. So. Is anybody still awake? All right. So the next piece I want to play is, I don't think I've ever performed it before, but it's such a cool piece, and it's called Mirror, Mirror. And the reason it's called Mirror, Mirror is it's in a rhythm that I call a mirror rhythm. It's actually in a rhythm in 14. But the 14 is divided like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So it goes like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, mirror, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. So I love those mirror rhythms. And the other interesting thing about this next piece is that it's using the microtones, which are very common in Middle Eastern music. They're notes that don't exist on the piano, and they sound like out-of-tune notes, but they're real notes in Middle Eastern music, and they're just gorgeous. So I just wanted to demonstrate the scale. You see, that's the microtone. So on the piano, you would either have, or you would have, but in this, we're playing. I always say these notes sound like smelly cheese. So anyway, and this is a scale in Middle Eastern music called ushak, and so here it is, Mirror, Mirror. anybody follow along the rhythm? Again, just a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, da da da da da da da da da da. Some interesting rhythm there. So, wow, well, I want to end my half of this concert with a little solo on the bones. You might have a similar thing with the spoons, I think, in the South. People play the spoons. So this is the Irish bones, and I'm just going to play a little solo. It is my honor to present my teacher, Bunyamin Olgunjan.
Hi. Merhaba.
So he's never been to the USA. He's from the Black Sea in Turkey. And bir şey söyler misin?
Onları seviyorum. İnşallah onlar için güzel bir konser olacak.
He says he hopes you enjoy this concert. So yeah, we've been training together for 10 years now. And yeah, so we're going to start with a couple melodic pieces. The first one is my composition called Sumak Sa Samai, and it's in a very mystical rhythm of 10, which is so obvious how there's a rhythm in 10 if you look in front of your face. We have 10, and this is a typical Sufi kind of a piece that they do the whirling to. So if you feel like whirling, whirling around, you go for it. Denise in Turkish means Black Sea, and that's where Bunyamin's from. And there's a dun dun dun dun dun dun 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, Dokus. 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2. Yeah, it's a fast 9. For the next piece, we're going to play something more Indian style. Abaki Goster Sinin Darbuka. I wanted to mention about the kind of darbuka Bunyamin is playing. It's different from the kind I was playing in the first half. And this is called the dahola. It's a big bass darbuka. Look at how huge it is. This one is from Egypt. It's a 30-year-old drum covered in mother of pearl. And that's the kind of darbuka Bunyamin likes to play. And now we're going to play an Indian style piece. And sometimes in Indian music, the melody accompanies the drum, which is the opposite of how it usually is in Western music. So, like there's a melodic vamp that's just repeated, and the Indian tabla player will be the soloist and solo over that. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to play a repeated melodic vamp, and Bunyamin is going to solo in a meter of 5. the last part of our show, I'm also going to play one of these darbukas, not as big as Bunyamin's, but pretty big. And we're going to play some of our, a couple of our darbuka duets. The first one is in 7.
So the vendors are live right now. That means you can head to culturefestwv.com or click on the link in the comments below. Head to a website called Booth Central. You'll need to enter your name and your email address. Then you can scroll through all these amazing vendors, and if you want to, you can click and enter into a video conversation with any of those vendors. You can check out their merchandise and ask them questions, and if you feel compelled, make a purchase. So click that link, head on over to Booth Central, and happy shopping.
Hello, wonderful Culturefest community. I'm Greg Cornell. For the past 9 years, I've been an audio engineer and production manager for Culturefest. Culturefest has always been a recharge to my batteries, to be able to spend time with you out on that mountaintop, making music, making memories, making friendships. I love Culturefest. I am using these couple of days that we're in right now as that recharge for myself. Even though we're not out on that mountaintop together, we are spread out all around the world together, watching, being together in this virtual mountaintop. I'm having a blast. I hope you are too. Happy Culturefest, everyone.
So one of my favorite things about Culturefest is the way that when we're all here on the mountaintop together, everyone just loves to share. People share gifts with each other, they share ideas, they share knowledge. This artist that you're going to meet, Lacey Valandry, is a prolific painter. And one of the things that I love so much about her is the way that she shares her knowledge so freely and so generously, because she wants everyone to feel the joy of painting. So right now we're going to enjoy a plein air painting workshop by her right here on this beautiful mountaintop. So here's Lacey Valandry of Silver Arrow Art.
Hello everyone, I'm Lacey of Silver Arrow Art, and today we're going to be painting the wonderful landscape here at the Appalachian Folklife Center. Since we can't bring the Culturefest festival to fruition in the physical realm, I'm going to bring it to you through the art. So when we're thinking about when we want to start our landscape, it's always good to make a couple of sketches. So with this one, I'm having the stage be in the center, and I really like that idea because, of course, the main stage is the center of attention at most festivals. So when you start your plein air painting, you want to make sure that you start with a bigger brush, start with quite a bit of water in it. You don't want it to be dripping per se, but the more watered down the pigment is, the more opportunity there is to fix any mistakes that we have down the line. So the landscape here isn't perfectly just green. I see a lot of beautiful yellows and even blues in it as well. So I'm going to start off with a light green, and I'm going to decide where my ground line is. And once I decide where that is, everything else is going to be based on that. So decide where your ground line is, and just very softly paint that in. If you find that you have too much pigment, that's no problem. Just put some more water on your brush and water it down a little bit more. And you can always add more pigment. You can't go too light. And then you also want to take a slightly different color, maybe a darker green, put in the tree line and the bush line. So pay attention to just the outlines of the trees. We're not going to worry about going into the detail of all the leaves, at least not yet. I'm going to mix a couple of different greens here so that it's a little more nature-like, because nature doesn't like to conform to one color. And right now I'm not worrying about this stage at all. That'll come in later. I'm going to decide where the tallest tree is. And if you don't have an exact tree line, if it's not an exact replica of what's going on, don't worry about it. It's while we're drawing a landscape, in the end, like Bob Ross says, it's our own little worlds in here. We can create it however we want to. And then I'm going to take a bluer paint and decide where the horizon reaches. Again, very lightly. We can always add more pigment. And it's only really important that you get the super noticeable features. Like right now I see a soft slope, and then it looks like there's a sudden drop-off on that mountain. And that's going to be something that everybody recognizes from that area. So I'm going to accentuate that and make it bold. And then the sky. The sky, you don't want to just go for blue. I know that it's tempting, but if you add a little bit of black or white to make it a little bit more gray, it'll actually make it more realistic. Alright, now that I have the super basics down, I'm going to go in and decide a little bit more on where the light is coming from. Now naturally I want to make the light coming from the sun, and it's always nice to choose a flattering time of day for your picture, for your painting. I'm just going to add some yellow to get that golden glow. It's about to be golden hour here. It's going to be really beautiful. I like to have dark edges in the foreground just because it makes it feel like there's a lot more depth. Generally, when you look into a landscape, it's going to be lighter colored the further you go out because of the colors in the atmosphere affecting depth. Now you want your brush strokes to go in different directions, just a little bit, or following the lines that you see in the landscape in front of you, and you can use it to add depth. Especially if you have something like lawnmower marks where you can show the tracks of where that lawnmower went. Plus it can create some really interesting motion. So for all the tip tops of the trees, I'm just going to go in with yellow for now. And then for the shadows, we're going to go in with a little bit of blue. Now again, you don't want to go in super dark with this yet. We're going to slowly build that up, but you can build the layers in the trees that way, making the trees in the back a little bit darker and a little bit more blue, and slowly letting the paint accumulate. So now that I have a little bit more of an indication of what's going on, I can actually use the darker blue that I'm using for the mountains in the background to kind of shape the trees in the foreground. You want it to be kind of uneven and splotchy because none of the leaves that you see are going to be even. There's no straight lines in nature. Now that I kind of have the layout going and I have an idea for where I want to go, maybe I'll go back and do just a little bit more in the shadows, separating the mountains from the foreground. Because if you look carefully, you'll even see that it's the color change at the horizon of every mountain is going to be different than the top of the mountain. And what you can actually do, if you find that you're having a hard time blending, take a clean brush and just use the clean brush and don't put any pigment on it. Now, this is when I am going to take my smaller brush right here, because I want to paint in the structure. So I'm going to get a pretty thick black. And actually, if you have a pencil with you, it's probably best to wait for it to completely dry and then sketch it in with a pencil a little bit first so that you can really get it the way that you want to. I'm just gonna wing it and see what happens. So I'm gonna paint the sound booth first, because that's more in the foreground. And again, I'm going in pretty light with this black. I'm gonna slowly build up those colors. And then, once I have the structure of it down, I can get a little bit more pigment and bolden those lines. Pay attention here to shadows. You can use your lines to define your shadows. And now you can take your brushes and you can go into all of the little details using whatever size brush you see fit. Try not to overwork your painting. If you find that your paper is falling apart or colors are getting muddled together, then just wait for a little while. It'll dry and you can work again. But now I'm starting to fill in those shadows in the trees. If you see a couple of distinct tree trunks that you just want to go for, then take your thinnest brush, get it nice and wet, get whatever color you want that tree trunk to be. This one I'm looking at looks like a peach mixed with a little bit of yellow in the sunlight. Making sure I have plenty of water so that that brush glides really nicely. And make sure that this is dry first, so that the thin line, delicate lines don't get muddied in. And I'm just gonna be real dainty with it, barely touching the paper. And then I'm also going to take a little bit of black mixed with the brown and do some tree trunks that are a little bit further in the distance. And don't use perfect lines, connected lines, because there's always leaves in front of tree trunks at some point. And I like to put the grass so that it looks like you can direct eye flow. So if I have the grass all the way up at the foreground really big and then fading slowly into the background as it curves around this hill right here, it can keep the eyes moving around your painting, make it more interesting to the viewers. just changing the direction of the stroke because grass isn't all pointed perfectly straight up in the air. It's all over the place. Get a little bit of shady grass in the foreground where it's not quite so bright. And there you go. You painted the landscape. Thank you so much for joining me today. And I really hope that you're having an absolutely magical Culturefest Cyber celebration. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Yeah, with the signs that different artists, put their mark on, and they hang all around the site, and so there's all kinds of people who have gotten to sort of express their souls, within the decoration of the site. And then the art boards every year start out blank, and it's about being able to express anything that you feel and express what comes out of you in the moment. I think this 4 days that we spend together, it's something we all look forward to, and when you're in this moment, nothing can really compare. You can't really get that kind of sense and that spirit that we all get when we're together. And so what pours out onto the art boards is sort of like an embodiment of whatever that moment is for you. And it's also about community, creating a work of art together. So it starts out blank slate at the beginning of the weekend, and by the end of the weekend there's like layers and layers of this communal art that we created together. It's just really special.
Culturefest 2020, it's a cyber celebration. What's up? How you feeling? Are you enjoying the music? Are you enjoying the vibe? Do you feel like you are here on the beautiful mountaintop with us? Sometimes if you close your eyes, you can really feel like it. And we want to thank everybody for tuning in and joining us throughout the weekend. And it wouldn't be possible without the help of so many amazing people and organizations helping this program be brought to you virtually. This program is presented with financial assistance from the West Virginia Department of Arts, the Culture and History, and the National Endowment for the Arts, with approval from the West Virginia Commission on the Arts. And of course, the beautiful Appalachian South Folklife Center, Linium Entertainment, Seaver Funeral Service, and all of you for tuning in. We want to play some amazing music for you. If you haven't had a chance to hear them before, they're coming together all the way from New York City to North Carolina. They played at the room upstairs. They've been out here at the Folklife Center on the Culturefest stage. Ladies and gentlemen, be prepared to have your minds blown for the Jonathan Scales Forkestra.
Culturefest, how are you guys doing this evening? My name is Jonathan Scales. I'll be your host for this set. We call it Jonathan Scales Forkestra, and last year we had the privilege of being there in person with you all in West Virginia. It was a great time. We had great days there that we shall cherish and remember for the rest of our lives. But due to the circumstances that we all know is happening in the world today, we're doing this virtually this year, and we're very honored to still be a part of it this year, and hopefully we can come back again one day. But wherever you are in the world right now watching this, when I introduce these fine young gentlemen that I'll have with me, I want you to give me your craziest, insanest Culturefest welcome wherever you are in the world. Just scream, clap your hands like a crazy person, and we'll feel the love just through the, through the 5G internet connections and things like that. Okay, so on the bass, right now in Hickory, North Carolina, that is where he is. A good friend of mine, great player, great person. What else can I say? Give it up for Elon JD on the bass, ladies and gentlemen. And on the drums this evening, coming to you from Glassboro, New Jersey right now. This guy he's one of those amazing musicians who somehow has that unique ability for the music to go from his brain to his hands, just like lightning fast. Just things that we all dream of being able to process. Mason process all that music instantly. Give it up for him. Mason Guidry on the drums, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonathan Scales on the steel pans this evening, and thank you all for being here and listening to our set. The three of us have not seen each other or played music together since February, so this is a really special thing for us. And a lot of bands have been doing a lot of online things, and this is our first one to do together as a band. So thank you all for listening. So we're going to start off with a tune that we love to play together, especially at the start of a show, and it seemed very fitting to do this for the start of the show. And this is one from our album called Pillar, and on the album it features Bela Fleck. Unfortunately, Bela Fleck cannot be here with us today, but he's always with us in spirit when we play this tune, and this is one called Focus Poem. All right, so the next tune that we're going to play is one called Fake Buddha's Inner Child. And one thing that I really love about playing this tune, and just about playing music in general and playing with these guys in particular, is the way that I can have an idea in my head that I feel like is an okay idea, and then I can give it to these guys, and they just bring it to life with ideas that I never even imagined. So this is a really good example of that. I presented Elon with the chord progression for the beginning of this tune. Horns honking, New York City. Yeah, don't mind any of that. So this is a really good example because I sent Elon the chords for this tune saying, hey man, if you can make something of this, that would be great. And he came back with one of the most beautiful musical passages that I've heard, especially on my music. So I really appreciate Elon's effort in that way of taking an idea from my head and expanding it well beyond anything that I could have imagined. So this is Fake Buddha's Inner Child. And yeah, Elon, start this one off for us. So when I first graduated from college, I moved to Asheville, North Carolina to pursue my career in music. And as anyone knows, it can be very tough to pursue a career in the arts. And my earlier years, I definitely was one of those people that went through the starving artist phase where I would spend every time I had to go into the studio and just eat just barely whatever I could find in the cabinets, and then would spend all my money to record albums and things like that. And I wouldn't take those days back for anything. But when we play this next piece, it always takes me back to that place of having that longing and that desire to push myself forward that, I really still have, but luckily in different circumstances now. But I don't want to forget those days. And so we keep playing this piece, kind of to remind myself of, my start. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are starting, and I know a lot of people out there who probably wanted to start pushing their career this year in 2020, and it probably did not go as you thought it was going to go. So this goes out to everyone who had a change of plans. This is called The Longest November. And because of the quarantine, it's kind of been the longest March, right? I think it's like March 173rd right now or something like that. The next piece we're going to do is one called Cry. And I like playing this one because it's really cool to kind of work together with my musical brothers here to really put forth so much emotional energy into one moment. And this is one where we build the emotional energy to a point of cathartic release. And I think that these times that we're in kind of calls for that. Hope everyone is doing well out there in that regard. And, you know, none of us know what the future holds. But, you know, on a bright side, this is all part of the human experience. And at least we're all getting to experience. Thank goodness for technology. We're able to even do things like this, having virtual festivals, Zoom calls, and all those things like that. In a weird way, that seems to be some type of a saving grace right now. And without further ado, this is a piece of mine called Cry. All right, thank you all very much for listening. We really appreciate you all. One more round of applause for Mason Guidry on drums right now in Glassboro, New Jersey. One more round of applause for Elon JD on the bass in Hickory, North Carolina. And my name is Jonathan Scales, coming to you right now from New York City, Brooklyn, New York to be exact. And if you like what you heard today, continue to keep supporting us, keep listening to us on streaming services, Spotify, Apple Music. If you want to buy things from us, go to johnscales.com, JONscales.com. That'll be our merch table for tonight's festival. Our merch table, I guess, will be at johnscales.com. So check that out. Add all of us on the social medias. Add us all on Instagram. Follow us. Keep up with us. Send us messages. Let us know what you thought about the show. Send us kind words of encouragement and be friends with us. Be friends with us. And then hopefully we'll all see you again in real life, in person, maybe next year at Culturefest. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
There's a way to right a wrong. Some have no idea. Preachers pray your prayer. It's okay, you're scared. This pain is so strong. Callous hands, hold on. Take a stand, don't run. The fight has just begun. Make way for new light. So bright as black and brown. Don't try to shut this down. You can't contain us now. Now fail to be heard, told not to act absurd. Both are the nerves and words to whom this may concern. Scared of your own kind, inside this hatred too. Blame those that look like you, ashamed of your own damn you. Make way for new light, so bright as black and brown. Don't try to shut this down. You can't contain us now. You can't contain us now. You can't contain us now. You can't contain us now. You can't contain us now. You can't contain us now. You can't contain us now.
us now. You can't contain us now. You can't contain us now. You can't contain us now.
That was pretty bad.
That was dope. Yeah. That was awesome. Yeah, that was great. Good job, y'all.
Cool.
Good job.
Yeah, I loved it. Sweet.
Mission accomplished.
We hope that you are enjoying this broadcast. We had so much fun creating it for you. So we're going to take a 2-hour break right now. So we want you to take a stretch, grab some dinner, and we will see you right back here at 8 p.m.